Alrighty, hi there. The stream that I was doing got caught short by a power failure. Everything just went bloop and was gone. And I called in the power failure on my trusty little cell phone, which that part was still available. I had to take it off of airplane mode because when I'm focusing on this stuff, I gotta be focusing. And next thing you know, it came back up. So here we are again, still in the same zone with whatever we're trying to do here. And I do not know to what extent I'm going to be able to get back any of the people watching, or whether that even matters. But if anybody does show back up again, here we are. And here I am seeing what just changed about the plugin and building. And I have still got it in the resizable form. And we were in the middle of figuring out what to do about that. I do remember there being something to do with a search. There were some streamings. Here's one of them. Oops. He says as he drags it over to the right place. We're gonna be wrestling with this for a while. For the one person who has just showed up, I had a power failure. I'm gonna keep telling that anytime anybody shows. So let's see. Desktop set global scale factor. So I think I just typed something like that. And then the power died. I had just typed something like this. Because this is not what I'd had, because that's not actually relevant to anything. I had also tried this, which did no use. And we're going to do this correction. And we're going to see whether, oh, now there's 4 people. Yeah, the power died. And then it came back. We will hope that it doesn't die again. It's not common for me. You've seen a number of these streams, and usually the power is not bouncing on and off all day long. I remember I had tried this and it did nothing. Nothing. So we'll comment that out. Oh. Wait, no, we can't comment that out. That has to stay, but this doesn't actually mean anything anymore. Okay, so we're going to do a quick experiment and see whether we've still got any of this stuff going on. Sure enough, it looks as if I have that and can drag it to the right place. I was more or less experimenting with stuff rather than actively doing anything at the time that the power dropped. So stuff still seems to be kind of hanging in there. Here is my OBS, and OBS ended up being okay with having power drop. There was nothing I was doing actively with it. And yeah, we're now trying to set a global scaling factor. We can set the size to be unreasonably small. We can hit this little green button to make the size be unreasonably large, and then use the resize to force it to be scaled, at which point we're back in the problem I've been talking about. This is the thing that I'm trying to solve, And hopefully the power will hang in there long enough for me to at least make a try. Whereas when we are in a constrained aspect ratio, but the window size is forced to be way larger than it's supposed to be with the zoom, and the aspect ratio won't actually fit, like we can do our non-constrained thing, and that is actually what I'll probably end up doing. But as soon as you're doing a constrained aspect ratio again, it looks like it tries to force it to a width. And it forces it to a width commensurate to, see there we've readjusted height. There we've readjusted height. So it's like it readjusts height unless it's readjusting also width. But all of these are continuing to leave off-screen content, and once I've got it doing this, I kind of can't get it back. Although I suspect I can just reinstantiate the plugin, and I can. But that's kind of not what we're after here. And there's also a variety of adjustments that need to be made around here, but that's another story. See, it looks like gain is part of this rather than part of this. I never did do the transparent black and white for these bevels either, and that's a little frustrating. One thing I could do, however, is a quick experiment with proportions. Size 1, 2.5, so if meter bounds are across then down, across then down, it goes 0 meter gain resonance. If I do this, I should at least get something, even though it's got nothing to do with what I was trying to do before, but what can you do? I think the power failure kind of threw me and broke my brain a little bit. Again, the power failed, that's what happened to the stream. So we can but try to see what can end up happening from doing stuff like this. And now we've got a scaling factor where each of these things takes up a quarter of the space. And it actually looks not so terribly bad. We have room for 4 of these across and room for 4 of those down. The positioning is not ideal, but we have the oh, but look, this is not actually being positioned very well, is it? Well, one thing I could do is tell them that they can be as wide as they can manage and see what we get out of that. Because we're still in the same jam as far as going too unreasonably large, then hitting the scale factor in the corner of the window, at which point we are now a fixed aspect ratio window with part of the content off screen. And this is not what it's supposed to be doing. Hey, Aiden. Yeah, broken GUI. This is why I never do this. So let's just set some of these bounds differently, shall we? Let's set the bounds for across for the knobs to be bigger than it currently is. The rest of this stuff we can ignore. And this should at least be teaching us a little bit about how we can position these things. And again, for anybody who has not been following this, the stream died because the power died. Everything is bounced back nicely. I just hope it doesn't die again, but that is what happened to us. Suppose I can do a quick brief check for audio. Yep, audio survived. It didn't break my speakers or anything. And we're going to have a similar problem here, although the positioning of these has become kind of interesting, in that if I do it this way, it provides the impression of giant, enormous controls at top and bottom, because the scaling factor is exactly 1/4 vertical scale for everything. But it's positioning the farther away one appropriately. I just got to come up with appropriate scaling factors that aren't 1/4 top, 1/4 meter, 1/4 this one, and 1/4 bottom. Hey, John Smith. No, the power went out. So my entire place was plunged into darkness, except for, of course, the wood stove, which is too close to darkness, I must say. So let's throw another log on there. If we're going to have power failures, let's at least be warm while we do it. Usually the power doesn't fail around here. Just saying. That's not my usual jam. Usually I can count on the power in these parts to be good. And there's kind of a lot of stuff to put in a power strip. There is in fact an uninterruptible power supply. And if I'm not mistaken, that is simply powering the fiber modem. I don't remember looking and checking to see if that was still there, but I believe I have the UPS not powering the computer or speakers or studio, but just the, I'm pretty sure it was only powering the fiber modem. So it was protecting my ability to do high-resolution streaming. But this is now about what I can do for resizing things and dealing with this funny-looking scaling factor. Ooh, I have an idea. As long as I'm fussing with this, and I'm going to just bounce around like crazy today, honestly. Kind of with being disrupted by the power failure, my brain is completely scattered, and so what I'm going to do is just derp around with stuff. Namely, cutoff knob and resonance knob need to be smaller. And the way these things are placed from top to bottom is more like this. Oh, no, wrong. Stop. And if I move that, no, hang on. I'm that cat. No. Cut. Paste. Thank you. There we go. And I think, again, cut, paste. There we go. So here's how we're positioning things. Hey, Ollie. And people are starting to filter back in. I'm astonished that people are actually surprised that I'm working with GUI because I've been doing that for weeks, but I guess that's fine. I got another 4.5 hours. Hopefully the power won't fail again, but it usually doesn't do that. It's just a big old rainstorm out here, and I'm not sure what would be causing the power to fail, but my therapist, actually, that I was talking to on Wednesday had the same thing happen, and we weren't able to talk properly because power failed where she was at. She was trying to do a Zoom call over a phone. It didn't work, so I was like, oh, we'll let you off the hook. We'll talk to you later. So let's see. Where were we at? Let's do some calculations. I have cutoff knob, meter, gain knob, and resonance knob. Cutoff knob is too big, meter is too small, gain knob is too small, resonance knob is too big. If I was to come up with an appropriate vertical positioning for all of these things, it works kind of like this. And this is me just spacing everything out a little bit more. And we're just going to hack away like crazy. You're not following things, Aiden, but that's okay. You might catch up. Cutoff knob is going to start at a height of 0. Meter is starting at a height of 0.25, unless it's not. Resonance knob is starting at a height of 0.75. Excuse me. I'm going to sneeze, I think. There we go. We're hanging in. Let's see whether we can get stuff done in the last half or so of the day. So before the power went out, we were building up a head of steam in various directions and did a number of things. And now it's just a question of which things can we also do. In particular, the red and blue lines being drawn are very pretty, but they're meant to be bevels. They're meant to be transparent colors being drawn on stuff. And I have specific colors in mind, but I'm kind of leaving them there just so that I can see where the bevels get drawn. And I can continue the yeah, bear with me. I'm going to see what I can do with one thing at a time. So these positions are proportions and starting positions. The starting position is the upper left corner of whatever the knob is. So right now, cutoff knob and meter are occupying some kind of space in the plugin. In particular, the positioning is across and down, and the bounds is 0.5 and down. Yeah, fly. Meter positioning is full on 1.0, so one thing we can do is center all of these and move some of this crap out of the way, including that color selector. One of the things I wanted to do was just do a new color selector because I was that unhappy with it, and I am unhappy with it. Hey, look at that. I could put that in the bottom corner, but let's not. Let's not. These things I can leave off. Inspect button opens the melatonin inspector, but I don't actually need that right now. Instead, what I need is these proportions and these positions to be appropriate. So what we're looking for now, I almost want to go and get a piece of paper. In fact, that's probably a fine idea. Like, what I'm curious now is, can I scale these areas in such a way that it looks nicer when I have the 4 basic areas? A knob area, a meter which goes the full width of the plugin, another knob, and then a third knob. Like, can I scale that to where it will look good? And to do that, I'm interested in running a calculation based on one of my favorite ratios, being the golden ratio. So 1 minus 0.6. No, I'm doing stuff wrong already. So the numbers I'm working with, they're 0.382 and 0.618. Half of those are, well, that can't be right. Hang on a second. I'm just trying to do stuff, and stuff is fighting me. So golden ratio of a half is 0.309. The remainder of it is 0.382. The remainder of it is 0.191. Sure enough. So now I can do some very simple mathematics as long as I keep this stuff straight. Because what I'm thinking of is the top corner of where the meter goes, the meter should be bigger than cutoff knob. So cutoff knob needs to scale from 0.25 to inverse of the golden ratio of 0.5 is what it would be. This is the kind of stuff you can't ask ChatGPT about because it is not occupying thoughts like that or going, what if I wanted to make this be this? Instead, I'm stuck thinking of it. But anyway, the meter starts at not 0.25, but 0.191. Gain knob still starts at 0.5, but then resonance knob doesn't start at 0.75. Instead, it is 0.5 plus half a golden ratio. So 0.5 plus 0.309. That makes it 0.809 rather than 0.75. This is the starting place. So now we've got meter starting at this point, gain knob starting at halfway, resonance knob starting at this point. So the scaling factors of these also get to change from 0.25. And the way they're going to change is golden ratio of 1/2. In this case, it is meter set bounds. Meter gets to be 0.309. And cutoff knob gets to be 0.191 rather than 0.25. However, now the additional, hang on a second. This is mirror imaged, isn't it? I already am looking at my answer. Cool. 308, 309, and 191. Watch this. If I've done this correctly, it should look rather nice, but it's calculated out in a rather special way. Let's see if that's true. And if the power doesn't go out, we'll even see what it looks like in a moment. And there we have a visual appearance where our we have made our color picker excruciatingly tiny. And here's how a resizable thing can look in this kind of position if you only had 3 knobs and wanted to sort of reshape it. You can make it so that it is a vertical slot. You can stretch it to where these could be a comparable width, but the way it's set up, it's making it look a little bit like this one's farther away than these ones. And that's because we're using the golden ratio to position and space these things. Also, any of these could be replaced by a bank of them, like 4 of them or whatever. And we can do this whole resizing thing. As such, it will allow stuff to fit it within whatever area you've got it. Like, if we make it EA small, it's going to do its level best to position the things. If we have a bank of controls across this way, it'll do its best to place those and draw their controls appropriately, or indeed a bank of the ones across the top. And then it's doing its proportional thing here, where we can tell it to be a fixed aspect ratio, and it's gonna still betray us when we go to the overly large and then click that, causing it to be a fixed aspect ratio that no longer knows what the size of its underlying window is. And this is where we left off. We left off with this causing a problem for us, and there it is still being a problem for us. But we have more of a range of doing fun things with the other controls for now. So while we're at it, I'm going to say, let's quit out of this and let's do the bevel thing I was talking about. But first, I want to do an additional adjustment, because what you can see here is that we are drawing the bevels right to the corner points using this line width that scales bigger and smaller depending upon how big your screen is. And that means it overlaps here. And if it was to be an actual bevel highlight kind of thing, you'd probably want to have a rounded effect where it's neither highlight or shadow. And we should be able to do that here. Not there, but like here. So red is the top one. Blue is the bottom one. So if we are drawing red from, hey crappy blonde, yeah, the power failed on me, but people seem to have found their way back. We will hope that the power doesn't fail again. I'm staying warm with the wood stove at least. And I might be due for going and making another cup of coffee as long as it's not too late in the afternoon. And we're not accomplishing as much as I would really like, but tomorrow's another day, and there will be other streaming days, and we'll see what we can get. One of the things I did manage to do was get a little closer as far as positioning those graphics, and by graphics I mean positioning text, on the controls I'm drawing. Because it is now positioning text on the controls I'm drawing. So let's see a little more about what we're doing. Fill rect, line width. So this is as far across as these things go. So we're only drawing the red lines this far. The blue lines are like either the shadow or the highlight, depends upon whether we have it embossed or not. That's something we can experiment with. That means that these zeros are also not going to be the correct answer. Instead, we're going to have them be line width. And we're going to see what that does to our end result. I think that's going to work, but we'll find out. And that probably means I can also subtract this. Let's see what we got. We just made a change that's kind of close to what I was hoping to do with today. It's at least a step in the direction of what I was hoping to do with today. And what I should be seeing from doing this is our red and blue, as before. And it's not happening on the meter, but I'll tell you what. Do you see the top corner here? There's a blank spot where it is neither red nor blue. Same with here. There's a blank spot that is neither red nor blue. That's probably along the lines of what I'm looking to do. I'm not absolutely convinced of that. But it's an idea. Like with red or blue, that's not actually helpful because it's not showing me anything I'd want to see. And I do still have to check and make sure that I can use transparent black and transparent white for this. So let's try that right now, how about? Now, where was that I was trying to do? Here it was. So if it was a shadow, it would be transparent black. And if it's a highlight, it would be transparent white. And then we also need to go and find where we did that in the color picker. And it looks like we're going to use exactly the same code for it, so we can literally just take it and use it. So let's try. Another possibility is to make the background of the meter not be against a white background, but I'm not sure if I like that very much, because it will do some horrifying things to the look. Boop, if I do that and then do not draw the border, ooh, I gotta remove that. There's a thing that I need to remove. I'm pretty sure I can just take global out. Yeah, I bet I can just take global out of this, and it's what I did before. Pretty sure that is the answer. How are we doing? Okay. Now that I've done that, let's see what it looks like, because I wanted to do it in both places. And it's anybody's guess as to whether this is really the look I'm shooting for, but oh, and hi. It looks more than a little bit to me like transparent isn't working the way that it does in these, and that's interesting. You can see the shade here, but we're not seeing the transparent color, and that's something of a concern. I'd like to know why it's doing that. I'd also like to do a little calculating to figure whether, and it looks a lot blander when we don't have a, oh, here's something I could do though. Let's make it be excruciatingly red. And I still don't see highlights around these things that are going to end up being borders. The stuff where it originally drew red and blue is now not drawing those things instead. Now it's just failing to. Now there's a thing that I could do about it. This is not going to look nice, but it will at least work. But what I'm puzzled about is why I'm not able to do this properly. First things first. Let's build it. Let's see what we got. What we should have is a bevel color that is excruciating. It's appalling. By that I mean it's too dark, too bright, light is too strong, appearance is too intense. I should be able to make that happen, because I've just overridden what was red and blue with full-on black and white. And we have. And it makes it look as if it's embossed in the wrong direction, so I'm actually going to want to reverse that. But it is also kind of sort of working. So if I was to reverse that, what I'm going to want to do is come up with some colors that are more appropriate. And again, if I go to a different color, it's not going to adjust these at all. They're still as intense as they can get, which is not good. It's too much. So first things first, it was backwards. So we're going to reverse that. But what we really want is transparent black, and what that means is we need to define a color. And we need to define a color that is the equivalent of the two things. So maybe let's get out of here for the moment, because we did not successfully solve this problem or even get close to it. Intermediate color is kind of what I'm looking to do, although I might have to do that the hard way. Those are ugly colors. We're not going to use those colors. Ugh. Specifying colors. I can do this the extra hard way. I just am not sure if I want to go to the trouble. Hi, that looks like what I wanted. Thank you. Contrasting components. It doesn't seem to be registering the transparency part, which is my concern. And again, this is all through the context of me hoping that the power doesn't fail on me again, because that would suck. We'll see. Let's see, what can we do here? We're in Airwindows UI. Let's define a color. How do we do that? We're not even referring to colors properly here, although there are places where we are. Like this. So I bet we can do auto and then get this. Let's do auto and then get this. Let's call it BG for background. There. This should simplify doing this a little bit. And this would be, unless I've got it wrong, how you do this. Cut that, paste it, and bada boom. So we got to define the one color. Oh, I have to put a semicolon in. But then we can set a color. For heaven's sake, now what is your problem? Hi, how are you supposed to be formatting this? Auto color 1, da-da-da-da-da. Juice array, juice colors, color 1 interpolated with. Surely I should be able to get a juice color out of there. Okay, so here's the type. Can we just cast it to this type? I've already got a UPS, but it was protecting my cable, my fiber optic modem. Also, I have a lot of stuff running on this, so the UPS would survive for about 2 minutes and then go pfoot. So what the heck is our problem here that I'm using the syntax I'm supposed to use for this, and yet. Maybe if I cast this to juice color as well? Or indeed just directly, I mean, I'm using auto, so it has to think it's a color, but maybe it doesn't think it's a color. Okay then. Alrighty then. So, in that case, why are we bothering using auto? Let's not. Let's use that as the file type. Oh, for heaven's sake, really? Seriously? Well then. It wants to be auto, but it wants to be forcibly cast to juice color, which this is already a color. and then we can apparently use it. I guess we'll find out whether that's true. And we'll find out whether this builds. And then we'll see whether the edges of the actual meter are drawn in appropriate shadows and highlights and things, where the overall screen still is not. But this should have given me, okay, see, here's what we're talking about. It's a little too extreme, but it's not too bad. And this is meant to make it look as if we have a shade on things. In fact, if we play this and make stuff happen with it, looks like butt, but it's drawing some stuff on the bottom edge, but the highlight is kind of covering it up a little bit. And then if we go to a color, the shadowing, well, the highlighting is not working, but the shadowing probably still is. Let's make it more extreme. Okay. It's not working. Because it's supposed to be making that and that be tinted in the, well, but in the color of this background, which it's not. So that's a little concerning. There are many things to be attended to. Let's try them one by one. Here's the start. That's not appropriately copied. Can't say as I really care. There's our bigger shadows. Here's our fill all. That's not supposed to happen. Oh, have I just done a dumb oh, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think I have done the dumb thing that I thought I did. Set color interpolated with. So you're supposed to define resizable window background color ID. That's what we're supposed to be changing when we update using color selector. We're setting color, resizable window background color ID. So that's supposed to be updating. We're also doing slider, but that's another question. Jonathan, try isolator. It doesn't do anything like what you're talking about, but then DJ filters don't do anything like what you're talking about either. Now what have we got? Oh, we've not successfully clicked. We need to be able to successfully click on things. And here we are. We've got a bevelly effect. I'm not entirely sure I'm thrilled with how the corners look, but that's something that can be fixed later. Like it could use the darkness extending over a little bit. The challenge becomes when we start doing different colors Oh, hi. Look at that. The one in the actual window is successfully working. But the one in the fader, the one in the meter is not. Huh. Well, now why would that be? Let's go to some kind of nice bluey shade. Yep, the one in the actual window, which is causing a subtle bevel effect, is actually 100% working. But we can also see that having this drawn inside here is failing to work. That's a concern. That is, I think, a legitimate concern. It's also a fair question as to whether I literally want it to be beveled that exact way, but that's a whole other story. One that I don't feel I need to get into right now. Okay. Okay, half of it works, half of it doesn't. That's neat. I'm happy enough with the look of this part, not counting what I'm drawing in the slider. The slider part, that's failing. That is still failing. And I would like to be able to do better, but I don't know if I can. So let's see. I mean, line width is drawing okay. Area, let's exaggerate that just so that we can see more of what's going on. There, now our line width is twice as big as it was. I am curious about looking over here and seeing why it is that this is not actually working right, because it's supposed to be able to do that. It's like it's starting with background color ID. Like, why would it not be able to do that? What if I do set color and just force it directly? Does this have to be a variable, or can we do a color like this? Oh, no, it's not happy, is it? Remember, reference base type is not a structure or a union. Are we referring to this anywhere else? Like, this is paint, right? And we're feeding graphics in. This is calling rotary slider. If we were to use slider instead, because that's going to be the same color, I have to update both. What happens if we try to do that? No, still doesn't like it, does it? I suspect that it has to be a color So G is the graphics context. I'm trying to make BG be a color. If instead I did no, I can't do get color from the graphics context. Nope. Won't let me do that. I can do set color. I could maybe do find color. I'm doing that elsewhere. Oh, okay, maybe this is how we do this. Check it out. Background color ID. This might be the solution, and I don't know why it's working in the one place and not working in the other. But it expects that. So that might work, and we might actually be able to just do this instead. Seems to be happy enough with it. Let's have a quick gander and see what it does this time. And then we will deal with the funny looking corners that are not what they should be. Also, this line width and height have not been changed yet. Down here somewhere. There it is. We are not necessarily shrinking that. I'll build again just for laughs. And succeeded. Alrighty, so we should have a slightly bigger border. And if this worked, both of these things are going to be drawn with the tint. Oh! What? What? Where did it get that? That's what I was using last time. What the actual... How can it be finding that since when I... Alrighty then. Now let's make this be a whole different color. Or an incredibly vivid red, and then back to darker. It thinks that's red. Why does it think that's red? What is it even thinking? Where is it getting this craziness? Slider background color ID. Okay, well, maybe instead of that, I go and look for where I did it before, because it's actually a resizable window color ID that I want. Maybe the slider color ID, that's actually what it is. It's the find color part that should matter. Let's try. Also, I should be able to change the tints of these using this 0.5f. Doesn't have to be 0.5f. I could use something else. I'm always game for using something else, especially when it's the golden ratio or inverse of same. If that works, I'm going to put on some music and then start going about making another cup of coffee and all that. So let's fire up stream audio just in case it works. And our outro music, trickle charge. All right. Talk to you later, crappy blonde. And those look like the right colors. And it looks quite a bit like it's able to find relevant tints. It's not the right tint, but it is at least a relevant tint. And if I expand it out, I can move the... You can't see this, but I am successfully moving the color picker. And while that is drawing as darker than it should, well, no, it's not drawing it darker than it should be. Those are the same color. We can do a jet black. Those are the highlight colors of the jet black. We can do a blue. I feel like this is darker than that, but I'm not that worried about it. It's probably fine. Make it big enough so that I can access the color picker again. And here we are. Oh, weird. It looks like it's drawing over the window. It shouldn't be able to do that. And yet it looks like it is. That's weird. Anywho. So we can make a very compressed little appearance here. Or scale it up a lot. And let's scale it up a giant amount and go off and make a cup of coffee. Probably my last chance of that for the day. We've scaled it up too much. And in so doing, we broke it again. Check it out. Okay, this needs help. It shouldn't be able to do this and take the top control away. You can plainly see that it's now cropped the top control off. All this wackiness. And our horizontal versus vertical scaling is all screwed up too, but that's a problem for not right now. I made a video for this track once called Trickle Charge. I'll be back with probably my last espresso for the day. It's not actually that bad of a day as far as that stuff is concerned. I'm going to want to get the graphics and the meter stuff working a little bit better. Here I am, back again. This is a pretty respectable track, I gotta say. All the tracks from this album were improvisations. So let's see now. So one of the thoughts I've got is extending these dark lines a little bit more to fit with what I'm doing. And that can occur in both of these places. So we are in Airwindows UI. It is successfully able to find the color. That's nice. And it's, oh, just a moment. If you needed to do that, could we just run interpolated with off of the back of this? Is that a thing? Looks like it might be a thing. Look at you. That'll work here too. I am probably going to want to make that bevel size become smaller again, but first things first, I would like to, we don't subtract line width from this, and we don't subtract line width from this. And we don't subtract line width from this, and we don't subtract line width from this. And that's going to make it a little neater. And then I have written down some numbers here, so we can just kind of run with them. Now, what was going to look better, I wonder? Let's quickly run this again. I'm trying to figure out whether there is a edge color. Like how vividly should this bevel be affecting this shade? Let's build it and try it and see what it does. Oh, and we're not using that variable, but you know what? That's not going to break. It'll be fine. I'll take it out next time. Here is our end result. Bada-boom. So, there's our bevels. It's meant to look as if this entire thing is recessed in just a tiny amount. I think it's successfully going to do that. It will work with colors as well. It's an atrocious looking color. The shadow seems very heavy, and the bevel appears rather dark gray. The shadow could maybe be less intense, and the highlight could maybe be more intense. They're currently at 0.5, so there is something that I can do about that. Namely, let's start filling in another number, and we know what number that's going to be. 382 and 618. And same here. If indeed that's even enough, but we'll see. And we don't need this because we're able to talk to it directly. And if that works, we'll take the bevel size back down again to where it is not as obtrusive, because it is quite obtrusive. It's probably okay at being a vivid color, but it doesn't need to be that intense. I'd like it to look a little bit more like the bevels on the actual controls, and those are a complicated gradient thing. I'm going to say that's already looking a little better. Like we zoom in on it, and it looks like that dimensionality is in the same general vicinity of what the controls are doing. That said, I'd still like to figure out a good way of determining what the exact meter size should be. Let's quickly use this to produce some colors. And see how it looks relative to these colors. that's okay. Maybe not fantastic, but it's okay. And then if we have free adjustment, we can do this. And that actually looks quite nice. That's tiny, but I think that looks quite nice. We're just not doing anything appropriate with, although I gotta say, I could make this white be dimmer. I remember I was stuck with this because it wasn't giving me access to appropriate colors for exactly the reason that I wasn't able to use the transparent black. I've now worked around the transparent black issue. That means I can make these letters not be as aggressive. And I think this is a fine time to try. Although I can leave the black of the shadow. That should be fine. So here's the two things we're doing with this part. We're going to find where it says line width. Divide that by 2. We could also divide it by 2 several places and just really maximize on how intensely that goes into effect. And here we have at the top of this another position for line width. Divide that by 2 and divide this by 2, and both of those things are going to make it much subtler of a bevel. But we're not quite done yet because we have done a thing where we can do a find color in places where we can't do transparent colors. And this is going to be the one. But it's not going to be here, it's going to be in the text drawing stuff. So highlight edge. Instead of, oh, look at that. Yeah, we clearly weren't able to make it work properly. But we were able to make the shadow edge work properly. But honestly, we don't have to even do that at all, do we? Just a moment. So here's our set color from find color. And then we go up here, and here's where our setting color for yeah, this is all wrong, but that's fine. It doesn't have to be good. We're just figuring it out. And here's where we get set color that is literally darkened and desaturated. I think it's desaturated, maybe it's not. The lightness is taken down from literally the shade of color that it is. And that means that white makes it be a darker color and black doesn't show up as much. So we have highlight, and literally all the stuff up here could maybe be deleted and replaced with this. Let's find, well, hang on. Direct text area, this is where we start actually doing a more complicated manipulation, so that we remove. This we're replacing with the straight up set color, and let's replace this with the straight up shaded color from here. See, that's the interpolated width, which is what we're using for the bevel. So we're going to immediately use this for our shadow edge, and then comment this stuff out. And in theory, we could do this other one this way as well, except for I'm not sure that's necessarily what I even want. Unless we just want to use it in multiple places at different shades. That could be interesting. Let's try it. Let's try it. We can maybe not even have this text shade variable at all. So direct text area, set color. Then go down here. And then we're going to have a much more vivid dark because this is where the, well, actually, wait, slow down. No. Direct text area could be the color of that bevel. And then we can have an even darker beveled shade by copy. And then this is where the shadow edge goes. And then let's just comment this stuff out. Let's see what we got. Let's see if it worked. We might have something that actually works without all of this keeping the saturation but changing the lightness, because we're just doing a straight up interpolation. Let's see what this looks like. So highlight, and then a really dark shadow, and then a medium dark shadow. And it's all solid colors, so it should render. Why did I just hit Command C again? I'm always doing that. In those days when my brain just doesn't work, are those days when my brain just doesn't work. But we'll see what we got, because we are in with another experiment. And I'm going to say that that is actually looking on the respectable side. It starts looking a little creepy when it is too small. We could definitely draw the shadowed edge as straight up pure black. We don't really need the, ooh, and I've got an additional inset around that. So that's actually looking kind of nice. I didn't intend it to do that, but it did. We've still got the inset from this as the original line width. I don't know how that happened. That said, it's easily reproduced. So I wonder whether maybe one of the things that I should do is split this project now into the original meter and the one in which I'm redesigning the meter completely and making it work with all these other controls and actually seem nice, because it's getting closer and closer to where I'm ready to do that. And we never did solve this problem. We never did solve this problem. You see at the top of the window? It's making stuff disappear off the top of the window. It's not supposed to do that. So, and that looks fine. It's just that there's actually a control that you can't see. So back out into this space. Resized is where we are needing to use this for reduce. In the way that we're doing it. Juice desktop get instance set global scale factor is not fixing that problem. Neither is this. This didn't do a thing. Although it's a fair question as to how much of that could do anything. That's a fair question. So let's see, how are things looking now? We're using giant controls. And I'm mostly interested in what those bevels are doing because they're very subtle little visual effects, but I finally got them right. And I've also finally got the text being rendered in a way that's not too aggressive. There's still stuff that's wrong with that stuff too, mind you. It's no lie, there is still stuff that's wrong with it, but it's all a big question. Let's see, let's try to do the right thing. Let's instantiate the program. There it is. Yeah, so you can just barely see that there's a faint emboss effect on there, but it's a very delicate light one. And then you can also just barely see there's a faint emboss effect on the overall window. I just don't want it to be too aggressive. It looks a teeny bit sketchy, I got to admit. Which is making me wonder whether maybe I can do something else to fiddle with it. I'm not sure if that's true. Just for fun, let's fool with it again. Now that we have got this working, so we don't actually need these things, I can make these go away now. That's a lot of code we don't need. And that's kind of nice. So, white, black, and black. This is going to be the highlight. This is going to be, because line W is my line width. So that could be black, honestly, but this is so if we were to just make this a much more subtle darkening, because we can't interpolate with anything other than the colors we have available, but we have background color ID available. And then we just keep drawing this stuff. And line W, is there a way that, oh, hello. Line W is being multiplied by 0.5. If I wanted it to be more extreme, I have an obvious possible thing that I can make it be slightly more extreme, and it would be like this, and that'll change a lot of things. Let's see how many things that changes. Fancy that. That's a clear and strong line weight. It's a very strong line weight. And that is a much more striking emboss look, which is also quite subtle because the text underneath is very close to the base color. In fact, if we use another color, it still ends up looking pretty convincing without being that aggressive. I feel like I could make this be darker and get away with it. Now, if we had it in stark raving black, I'm liking that. Although we can't actually see the knobs properly. But whatever. If anybody wanted to make their interface stark raving black, they get what they are expecting. But you can still kind of read the letters, and it doesn't look too atrocious. Whereas if we made it stark raving white, brace your eyes, boom. That is a subtle tinge of shadowing. And I feel as if I could be making the shadows a little more aggressive. Trying to see if I can still read this stuff and what it looks like if I can. It's not really supposed to be stark raving white. So let's do some other colors. Oh, the position of my highlights is a little too aggressive. If I make it be big enough, it's offset really far. You can't see it that clearly, but you can see it on the one marked cutoff. I can do it like this, and then this cutoff control. And see, it moves nice and smooth. There's that. But the offset is maybe a hair stronger than it needs to be. Also, it looks oddly like I'm having trouble making out the difference. I'd also like to play with fonts as well, but I'm not really quite sure how to do that. I do feel as if that's too much emboss. So let's jump into here again and see what we can do to change that. And while we're at it, we could, of course, dial this back a hair. Okay, where's our fonts? I don't quite know how this is supposed to work. Set font. Oh, that's just the font size. That's what. So here's the thing. Plus tilt times 0.5. Well, we could be using a smaller tilt factor. That'll make the change less extreme. And we could be using a slightly smaller font size while we're at it, and continue to go with our having fun with our ratios. There, now all the fonts are going to be a little better, a little smaller. And we're doing stuff with our colors. So white, black, and text inside emboss. I think we're going to lean all of this stuff away from the golden ratio stuff because it doesn't actually relate to what we're doing. It's not really relevant. And instead, let's try quarters, for instance. Highlight is 75. Shadow can be 75. Not 57, but 75. I can type some of the time. And the text inside can be a black 25. And I've also made my text size a little smaller and the line size a little smaller. And let's see how all this shapes up. I said, I'm wondering whether I should formally give up on dealing with the resizing thing. The resizing thing feels like a juice bug, and I'm way out of my depth in trying to solve it. And I know it's not going to do it if I just let everything reflow without any aspect ratio restrictions. Okay, that looks like a pretty intense emboss. It's maybe a little smaller than it needs to be. I do also need to fiddle with the positionings of some of these things. This should be up closer, or these should be farther. This one's okay, this one's very close to its edge. It would be lovely if I could draw this stuff and then sort of dimensionalize it so that it was tilted, but I don't think I can do anything like that. But I'm not liking how this is closer to this knob than to this one. It's looking mighty like impossibly fine print. I'm not liking that. I'm thinking maybe I'm going to drift it back over to something. Oh, hello. No, that's the thumb width. Font size, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so what if set font, this is not a power factor unlike the thumb width. Bevel W, although bevel W is partly a power factor. So the bigger this gets, the less the tilt is going to have to do with it. So we can step up that font size to be even a little bigger than that and see what it gets. Also, here's this factor. We can scale that back a little bit and see what it does. Scale that back a little bit and see what it does. And if we want that to be closer to 0, This part shouldn't actually be adjusting. This part's let's see where we've got. It's always rather puzzling when you look at an algorithm like this and you go, okay, what does that actually do to the appearance of the thing as I move it around? Because there's a lot going on in there. And sadly, there's no correct answer for how to make it do the right thing. You just got to kind of do this and see what it did. And it has made the factors considerably bigger, so that's arguably appealing, but this is now drawn over that. How does it affect So all that happens really is I'm going to want this to scooch down a tiny ways, or this to scooch up a tiny ways. While we're at it, let's go back to this and take away the aspect ratio stuff. That aspect ratio stuff is made of hurt. So that's no good. I'm also interested in coming up with other things around the resize limits, but I'm maybe not that interested in that right at the moment. What I want to do is have it instantiate with a meter that is a 1-to-1 pixel ratio. Let you squinch it down until it is a neat dividing factor. Or maybe a 0.5 pixel ratio as you instantiate it. Get to scale it up to full res and get to scale it down to something much smaller. But the limits, the resize limits, need to be exactly a factor of 2, because then, if I calculate it out right, the meter will draw looking better than it would otherwise look. Like if you got to scrunch it down to be a tiny window, then the meter will look nice and clean. It'll scale up linearly, but then as you make it be full size, it would be a 1-to-1 pixel ratio, and so it would look super crisp. Start scaling it up past full size, and it starts becoming chunky looking. Not in any kind of nice way. Let's see. So the only thing I've just changed is the aspect ratio. Let's check that it worked. I'm going to say that worked. Boy, do I have big letters. Yikes. So maybe we don't need the letters to be this big, but it's giving me a useful way of tuning this. So the one at the top, cut off, whatever that tilt is, it's not adjusting quite the way I expected. Also, since I can scale it any way I want now, I can scale it like this and see what it does. And indeed, it is not scaling that gain label quite the way I would like. Resonance and cutoff, a little better. I would like it to close up that gap a little bit. Also, it shouldn't be doing that. Let's do a quick experiment. If we were to do literally the reverse, what would that change? Because this is part of how we're scaling everything and making it sit right. I wonder if I can go closer to 0.5 here. I wonder if I should test the last thing I experimented with before asking other questions. I'll just confuse myself, and that's no good. So, I wonder if I should finish the last little bits of my espresso before it's late in the afternoon. Signs point to yes, I think I should do that thing. Now what do we got? Oh, hi! This is what we call all screwed up. It didn't like that one bit, did it? So that's very much not correct. We don't want that behavior at all. This seems to be much less about what the positioning of the thing is and whether we start moving it around aggressively as it swaps polarities. Polarities meaning, is it wider than it is tall? Or is it taller than it is wide? Because it looks like we can make it locked to the bottom edge if we make it way taller than it is wide. And then go through to literally the opposite. So that was not a thing. Instead, we go back to this, at which point it will start doing this correctly. Now, where are we drawing? Let's continue fussing with each of these things. What if, in fact, we did want exactly 0.5s out of some of this? It wasn't what it was before, but who knows? And then just for laughs, if that is no longer a question, tilt can be whatever it wants to be. We're just going to see what it does. Maybe we don't want to check that against tilt. Maybe it'll be fine how it is. That's a bit of a wild guess, but wild guesses are good enough, I guess. Now we have a scenario where our rather exceptionally large So that's still fine, but that's fine because it's not kicking in at all. And we still could do with a bit of adjustment for some of these things. In particular, this is not correctly positioned. Alrighty, so if we don't remove from bottom, we're adding to bottom. In theory, this can adjust everything to give us more vertical space, So if it's rather than larger than 0, if it's larger than negative something, let's make it real exaggerated. Larger than negative 0.5. Oh, but wait. Let's be extra bold. We're just going to start doing weird stuff and seeing what happens. So we're tying it to line weight. Well, that's not what I was supposed to do. There we go. If that don't work, we can tie it to the bevel. It all becomes kind of weirdly interactive. I also have not made the size of the lettering go back down yet, but that's fine. And so now this is not lifting up very effectively. But when we have it large, it's not moving down much either. Okay. Bevel. Bevel W. Bevel W. That's making it an even more aggressive attempt. Also, pad height. Clearly, pad height is a factor of squish. So I'm not sure we necessarily need to be well, I feel like I'm just kind of trying to figure out how this gets affected. Do I want more of it happening if tilt is engaged? I'm constantly hitting Control-C where it doesn't need to be hit. It's really not what I need to be doing. It's just brain meltdown time, that's all. That's all. It's been a long day. It's not even the end of the day, it's only 2. It's the end of me guzzling coffee for the day because I need to be healthy. Oh, look. I wonder whether this is a factor and I simply need to make this draw a little flatter than it is. And we still haven't updated the size of it, but this is very tightly tucked next to the knob under these circumstances, but then if I start squishing them, so this one's moving up effectively, this one is not at all, and this one is somewhat. What that tells me is the amount of squishing up that it does relative to tilt doesn't need to be what it currently is. Like I've got tilt doing its thing. It's supposed to make this one and this one squish up even more. I'm liking the way this is looking more and more like a channel strip as you squinch it. But yeah. So if this was actually 1, it's literally, well, no, that's actually the opposite of what I wanted, isn't it? Yeah, maybe not so much. Let's keep fooling with guesswork. I feel like I made this become smaller, but I feel like that worked at one point. Also, this could end up being something. Well, let's see. First things first, let's see whether the polarity of this is correct. Because tilt does both directions. So if I do 1.0 f minus tilt, that will start it going in the other direction. And if that doesn't need to be a 1, then although it's being affected regardless. And it's being scaled back considerably. There's a concern. Let's see what we got. It's stacks of things affecting each other, and there's kind of no telling what it's going to do, what this crazy thing is going to do. We still have this drawn over the top of the knob. That's not what we really want, but it's there. And as we squish, it actually, there are places where it becomes correct. However, our little offsets having to do with the under some circumstances it becomes exactly the right thing, but unfortunately only under some circumstances. It's worrying. So what I'm trying to do is make it have those relationships to the knobs no matter how I change the size of the window. And that's proven to be a bear. An absolute bear. This motion is that bevel. The way that the gain knob in the middle is bouncing around that way, or indeed cut off at the top, down and then up again, that's because it's going across that bevel calculation and doing unhelpful things as it does. So there's no benefit to that. There's no way that that can ever be actually helpful, so I need to take it back out again. So here's the thing. This is what it was before. We're probably always going to want to remove some of this, although it was actually behaving fairly well in some ways. So maybe instead of doing this, let's just assume, because we're behaving as if we never want to remove from bottom pad height unless it's greater than 0. If that's not true, then we're always removing something from bottom. It's just a matter of how big does this end up being. If we do this, then we've got that. Times scale height. So one of the things that's happening is pad height can be a non-useful value if it is strongly negative. Oh, look, we've got an extra semicolon. I don't know what this is going to do, possibly nothing good. We could just clamp pad height. That's totally something we could do. Oh, hang on. So we could clamp that. We could clamp that to one of our factors. For instance, we could see whether bevel is useful. Because some of this we needed to wander around as stuff gets changed as needed. So some of this might actually just be a clamp. We just don't want it to bounce as it goes. So after doing this, we've got this. So I'm pretty sure, well, I'm not as sure as I thought. We can see what this does and then run from there. It would be really nice if there was a good way to dial in how these things are supposed to move, because unfortunately, like, it would be a lot easier if it was just the flat ones. If I only had to deal with like certain spacings, this would become a lot easier. Some of it's behaving itself fairly well. Cutoff is still not got enough space. But given that I've defined all of these as bumping up against each other quite aggressively, like, I can easily space this out so that it's not doing this. And I'm still more than a little frustrated by how this guy is overlapping the text it's supposed to be against. Out of curiosity, here is paint, and here's resized, and this is where I'm setting tilt. So what we're going to do is, instead of black, we're going to go with dark gray. And light gray. Hey, Gabriel. We've just made this not be nearly as tilted. I want to see what that text does relative to it. All of this has been comparing it in the most extreme possible settings, whereas if it's all flat, it's been behaving itself way better. Okay. I feel like we could still be spacing this better, but on the whole, not too shabby. And the way this is all designed is in such a way that I could have, say, a whole array of these guys looking like it's multifaceted control panel, tilted back and forth. Like, these could just as easily be in the center console, and it would make a subtle appearance like the entire thing was tilted in. This one's flat, this guy's tilted forward at you, and we're looking back at this one. I could do with coming up with corrector numbers for that, because they're not lining up. But all the same, the basic concept is coming together fairly okay. And then as we zoom into here, we see that this is actually not moving up at all, is it? What would I need to do to make it honor that? Oh yeah, no, I've been working on that. There's just a lot further to go. Like, this is drawing stuff. It's drawing stuff okay. It's making controls. It's drawing the labels of the controls. They're still too large. But then if I go here, tilt it, past this point it's scaling okay. Up to this point, we are still not moving up the way that we could. Hey, Jess. What does that mean? Well, height is substantially greater than width if we have it looking like it's looking right now. If height is substantially greater than width, then my scale height thing that I'm working with is going to become expanded, meaning that I'll have to scale stuff up or down or whatever. And the way that's being done is by making the height of the bounding box become smaller before we... And this has to be happening relative to... Like, as we move this relative to the other thing, I see that that gain control is moving up, as it should. It's supposed to, but it's not really doing it enough. And interestingly, the cutoff, which you can't really see, and the resonance, which you can't really see, it's almost like that one's going more than it has to, but then it would, wouldn't it? Because that's what tilt is about. Tilt should be happening in both extremes. So what we're looking at here, we've just dialed it back a little bit. I'm not sure whether to put it back. Pad height. Remove from bottom pad height. That's the thing that must be calculated out. Pad height is get height minus get width times scale height. That's how the different sizes and shapes manage themselves. So if pad height needs to be larger in order to do this job, what would happen if I simply didn't do this scaling at all? And then we have a minimum pad height, and we can leave this alone for the time being because that may or may not have anything to do with anything. So now it should be doing more motion when needed, when fooling with the lateral positioning of that stuff. Because again, when things are perfectly, when it's horizontal and wide, no additional padding needs to be changed at all because it's taking up the entire vertical space available. And I will make set font become smaller again in a moment, one thing at a time. So here's where we're at now. I still don't like the positioning of this, but I honestly could just make this be a smaller bounding box and that would be fine. As we squish to the side, it's supposed to move up. As we squish to the side, it is indeed moving up. Weirdly, even that is not giving us as much motion as we need, certainly for the middle one. So if we had motion and it's not enough, maybe we need even more? We'll keep playing, see if our magic ratios kick in. I remember it was doing something earlier that was like it wanted to be in that zone. I just don't know exactly what. I just know that I ended up in that range, but not. So let's see where we're at. Again, stretched out, our positioning is basically okay. Particularly as the sizes go smaller, that seems like I'd want to trim in the space a little bit here, but that could be done by just specifying the bounding boxes. Then as we start scooching in, interesting. Look at that. All of a sudden we have it so that the middle one is perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. However, now our tilt is not working ideally. The closer we can get to this scaling, the better we are, but then if we start stretching, you can see that resonance control is starting to overlap. And that's because it's a tilt factor, but there's too much of it. Although they're both doing about the right, he says, as he is unsure. We are applying the same factor each time. Also, we might not want to be. So quick bounce back into here to exaggerate it again. We're going to go with the most intense tilt we can make it do. Why did I just hit copy again? I'm doing that instead of hitting save. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to hit save, but I'm hitting Command C literally every time. Technically, I don't even need to hit save. It's building anyway. Go figure. I don't get to wait until my brain makes sense and I know what I'm doing. I kind of have to forge ahead whether I know what I'm doing or not, unfortunately. And here we are. We have now done one where cutoff is totally over, like it's too much of an effect. The top one is too much of an effect. The bottom one is kind of too much of an effect, but not quite. So the top one is going to be hang on, where are we at? We were here. Top one, cutoff knob, color is black. That means the value that it's passing into this is 0, 0, 0, 0. The red component of it, which is going to be 0. Tilt is going to be get float red of 0 minus 0.5 times this amount. That's as much as I could get it to tilt. I could dial it back a tiny bit, but I'm trying to dial all this stuff in as I go. So 0 minus, it's going to be a negative number, so tilt negative is the top one. Tilt positive is the bottom one. I'm going to try to find where my text is. Here's my text. This is just comments to myself from earlier, but I've already solved that, so I don't necessarily need that reference. This is the factor that causes me to get the right amount of offset. The offset is correct if we are not using any tilt at all. If we are using tilt, we get this. So if tilt is positive, then pad height times equals the amount of tilt times this much. Well, if we scale that right back, where does it place us? Yeah, see you later, Gabriel. Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't expect anybody to keep up the pace I keep because I'm trying to get somewhere with all of this, and it is heavy going. So what I've done now is I'm checking to see whether it's positive or negative tilt, and we're just going to apply less. We're just going to apply less to what it is because we've already got a certain amount, and it shouldn't really be that big of a correction. The amount of pad height with this particular, look, it's the golden ratio again. It turned out to be a thing. Go figure. With this being flat, then pad height times, oh, well, hang on a second. Now I'm a little concerned. And I'll tell you why. Should we be multiplying this at all? Or just adding a factor? Alrighty, what happens if we do this? Now we've got tilt doing something, but if it's 0, we're taking our raw value. Now what? Has it become too much? Because this is a factor of what we're doing with it here. So it's like we're scaling it right back again. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe we don't want to do pad height times. Maybe we're taking the base position of whatever scaling we've got and then adding something related to tilt. Although I gotta say, pad height times plus yeah, because if we scale all of this by 0.1, we're making a striking change as we hit 0 tilt. Let's see what we got. Did anything work? Did this give me anything, or am I just in a pile of mess? I might be in a giant pile of mess here. Let's see. It's positioned okay so far, but look at that, it stopped working. It's only scaling up the tiniest little bit. We broke it. Although it's okay here. It's kind of back to square one, though, honestly. This is kind of back to square one. This is not what we wanted at all. Hi. I am Jack's complete surprise and disappointment. What the actual heck? Let's start rehacking things, shall we? So we've got it clamped to negative bevel. If we have no tilt corrections at all, where are we at? It is now purely a factor of height minus width. Oh, hi, we don't need you here at all. This should make the center control do something useful. The question becomes what and how much, and whether it's even in the ballpark. Looks like we are doing a negative height adjustment. Oh, and looks like we are applying that, and things are scooting upwards. Okay. How much? How about let's scale the overall application of the effect by a handy mathematical standard. Let's see what we get out of that. Because we're doing our level best to simplify everything hugely in hopes that there is some right answer somewhere. This is where I left off on Tuesday, honestly. Although I've now added a couple of things. To be fair to myself, I've added a couple of things. Okay. Under this circumstance, it is dragging stuff right down to the edge of the bounding box. That's maybe good. It's certainly fitting this in more neatly. I think if I use a smaller font size, it'll be even more helpful. Looks a little bit like that nailed it. I just have a small adjustment to make regarding tilt. And my font size. It's definitely taking it down a little farther than it needs to, but there's something we can do about that. Let's restrict that to line width rather than just bevel, because bevel is kind of a large adjustment. Line width is a smaller adjustment. Also, let's try going back to 2 again. And multiple scale factors. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. That scale factor was basically okay. Let's turn this into pluses instead of times. I'm multiplying stuff by tilt, which it should not be. Instead, we're maybe going to want to find something like, we can first see what it looks like Oh, I wonder whether I can use that bevel width. Pad height gets smaller as we have to move farther up. Well, let's see what this should be about that. Well, no, actually it shouldn't, should it? Pad height becomes larger as you have to go farther up, so and this will hopefully be able to adjust based on them needing to move differently based on whether it's tilted forward or back, because it wasn't perfectly the same each time. Not at all. Yeah, fire. Stop going out. Okay, we need to apply tilt even to here. This is not working. That said, interesting. That's too high, that's too low. But they are both at least trying to do something useful. Also, that's too high, that's too low. Well, actually, it's not too low. That's too low. Complaining about my stream. So if we adjust it like that, and I keep wanting to, like, what's going on with this? We got to draw a fitted text. Justification centered bottom. Get height plus or minus line width. Text bounds get height. So technically, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm supposed to make this make sense. Well, I just did a thing, so let's at least build it and see what happened. I may be getting scattered trying to figure out how all this interacts with each other, but it's my own silly fault because I'm the one that made it. And I'm honestly not sure how many other people have tried to do this particular thing. That said, this is frustrating. I should be applying tilt to all of these somehow. Okay, I tell you what, the one on the top is, you can't see, but it's staying exactly where it's supposed to be. Only problem is it's just always too damn close. What the actual heck? And this one's too damn far. Okay, so if we're making this be a thing, and we're making it be get height times scale height, and we've got that going on, and then we have a limit to that. What if we take this overall factor and have that relate to a tilt factor as well? I do not know if I need to have this much. We could have almost arbitrarily small amounts of tilt. I don't know if we really need to have it be all 3D'd out. There's my math for that. Then if I was to simply add tilt times bevel W to literally everything, if I use this, before, it brought things right down to the edge of the bounding box, because if I add to pad height, I'm expanding the bounding box beyond what the actual control was, meaning that I'm drawing text beyond the bounding box. Question is, in which direction do you draw your text beyond the bounding box? And we're going to find out real quick. We're adding too much. But hey, look, the one on the top is behaving itself much better now. That's interesting. So under some circumstances, we're going a little bit too far. We don't really have enough space in this bounding box to draw properly. Although if I didn't have the bounding box using up literally all the space that was available, I wouldn't be having this problem. And then as I squinch things, the top one is sitting correctly. The middle one is mostly sitting correctly, but I need a little more spacing there. And the bottom one is stretching. The bottom one is not tied accurately. So the one that we have here, the bottom one is stretching when I do this. It's close to the knob, it's farther from the knob. That's what's happening. So let's go and check again what the bottom one was. Resonance knob, final one, color is white. Bottom one, tilt is positive. Pad height minus positive tilt times bevel W. Well, now hang on a second. We want it to continue to be affected, so minus negative tilt would be plus. So then, plus absolute tilt let's try this now. Also, pad height seems to not be it's working in one circumstance and not the other. Let's do this first part first, to the extent that any of this is a first part. And let's see what we got. The desired end goal is to be able to have just an array of knobs all over the place of different sizes and shapes and stuff. Well, not shapes. And then wildly resize it and have everything always look correct. There's a reason why people don't normally do that. It's because this is hard. Okay, this looks fine. This has too much space. This looks fine. That's super weird, but okay. And top one is fine again. And now we are having middle and bottom scaling out slightly as we go. Interesting. Oh, and we've also cropped things off the top of the screen. We're not supposed to be able to do that. Oh dear. I thought we were done with this madness, but apparently not. Look at that. We broke it. We broke it. We can't find cutoff anymore. We broke it. We broke it. It's not working right. So now I thought I was free of this madness, but apparently not. This can probably be fixed by having a maximum size. Can probably fix this by just not letting people scale up, because when we start scaling up, it starts doing crazy things. Like here, we will scale to full scale, then back again, and then we're going to use this again, make it as narrow as possible, and drag it downwards. And as we do that, we are squinching the top even more. When I was trying to resize it, and I pulled downwards as it was at its minimum size, the top scooched up as I did, and that broke the rendering completely. And now the rendering is broke. You can't see cutoff anymore, and there's nothing you can do to get it back, and I don't know what you would call to have it recalculate this stuff. But that's the thing I was trying to do earlier, was figure out what I needed to call in order to make it recalculate this stuff. And here, this is still drawn too low. So, pad height. Set font. Pad height plus tilt should be 0. Maybe I simply need to add bevel to it. Pad height plus tilt times bevel W, that should, well, plus negative tilt. Let's see what happens when we reverse the polarity of the neutron flow, or the pixel flow, or the text flow. We're doing goofy experiments again. But that is not actually as shabby as all that. The question becomes, how does this react? Oh, if we do that additional thing, then the one on the top starts scooching up. As we start getting squished, it starts stepping upwards. So I wonder whether maybe letting this do this, maybe it should be clamped to 0. Maybe it should be clamped to 0 after checking this. Just reverse the lines. Now we've clamped it to 0 after doing that change. So this is the part that's weird to me. Like, a applying tilt in here, and it doesn't have, bevel W is a rather arbitrary calculation here. Let's see what we got though. The struggle with this is it ends up becoming floundering aimlessly around, not anywhere near a solution until stuff gets more random, to the point where it might be a good idea to attempt to build my just regular, like it's getting on towards 3, and I feel like we're no forwarder. We've got a couple of things been done. I can outline the things that have been done, I just can't see them because I'm too busy struggling. We can position these texts at the bottom edge, and if we position them here, this one on the top is no good because it's covered behind that, but these ones are okay. Then if we squish it like this, the one on the top is still no good, but we are now starting to see apart from the fact that the tilt ones are struggling to be an appropriate size and the one on the top, this is starting to act like how it's meant to act. Look at how they are moving relative to the amount of tilt. You can't really see cutoff very well. But this is all meant to be dynamically resizable like this, with the lines of text right up against the knobs that they correlate to. And then if you make it be unusually small, what's going to happen is as stuff needs to be scaled, it's going to place the label next to the control that it relates to, even if your bounding box is so far off that it's like, oh, look, we've made it become incredibly small now. See, it's supposed to do this, but this is supposed to be more of a factor. So what we see here is this is fine. That's about what I want it to be. I know you can't see cutoff. There's nothing I can really do about that unless I can, yeah. Cutoff is still faintly cut off even at microscopic size. This is a wildly different aspect ratio than it was meant to be. Resonance has a little more space than it needs to. So whatever I'm doing regarding shifting them, resonance needs to have more padding in this remove from bottom. Like text bounds remove from bottom, pad height. So pad height needs to become larger for resonance, smaller for cutoff. Cutoff needs to be a slightly smaller remove from bottom. So larger for resonance. What's resonance's color? Resonance's color is white, so it's a positive tilt value. Larger for tilt for this. Oh, but we're not actually, well, hang on. If I was to do this, if this is too much, I'll attempt 1 dot golden ratio. Wasn't bargaining on that, but this is where we can add a little more to pad height if tilt is positive, and not as much if it is negative. It maybe is starting to come into focus. We'll see. And again, I've got all of these wedged up against each other in a way that is super screwed up. Cutoff is still cut off. I'm not thrilled about that, but we have now reversed the polarity of what was going on with it. We can crush it into being entirely too small. And now cutoff is not cut off. Actually, now they're all just about perfect. Not really, but they're trying harder. Look at that. Now it's drawing cutoff correctly. And resonance is a little bit too far. So if that just changed it so that it was a little too much, we're going to dial it back to applying the golden ratio to the amount of factor that this is being done. And then we're going to see what we get out of it. It also becomes more complicated seeing as several of these are square root factors of each other. Like bevel W is a square root of radius, and line is the square root of bevel W, and all of these things are sort of interacting with each other in different ways. The trick, of course, is to make it actually do something and look nice. I'm also curious as to whether I should be scaling this too. Also, just for fun, let's bring in line W. We took that away because it was causing the maximum positioning of things to be too far down, but now things are not becoming far down enough. Line W is a factor of the bevel. So if it's less than negative line W, it can be equal to negative line W. And there we can add a tiny little bit to the bottom if we need to. Now let's see how that does. Not everything is as it should be, but we shall see what we got. Because some of this can be fiddled with by just adjusting the size of the knob. If we get it this close, we can scale the whole knob down just a tiny, tiny bit. And then we'll have positioning the way it's supposed to be. But firstly, let's see what we've got in this very close to the fringe. Alrighty, cut off very close to the edges. These ones more okay. It's capable of drawing it right up against the bounding box. That might be fine. We're going to see how it looks as we continue to scale. Vertical scaling is compressing it up against what we're trying to do. And stretching, yeah, it's starting to stretch a little more like resonance. More space, less space. So whatever we just did might not be desirable. Position of the gain control seems basically okay though, so we're only concerned about fiddling with the rest of it. And in both of these cases, the scaling of the additional offset to get to the vertically squished control, the positioning of the additional offset is more than it needs to be. So let's see where that's at. So pad height plus tilt times bevel times a factor that happens to be a golden ratio amount, but well, hang on though. Pad height plus Feb's tilt, so it's always positive, times bevel W, so that's giving me a spacing. So if pad height becomes larger when we move stuff up, and stuff is being moved up maybe a little bit too much, when tilt is excessive, and if we weren't adjusting that, it wouldn't be doing as much of it. We make this part be smaller. And see what happened. And here's our bevels and things. Square is our outside line. Not all of this is perfect, but this is very closely calculated. Don't mind me, just gawking at stuff. Let's see how far we got. I honestly don't remember if I just changed something or not. I'm just kind of staring at it and it's all starting to blur. We're not going to do another cup of espresso though, because I got to look after my health, even though it's actually quite good. I'm relieved to hear that, because these days really take it out of me. Okay. Here we are. We can squish this pretty good. You know, we're probably okay with small shifts like this. I wouldn't mind having this be a little bit more neatly arranged. Like, it bugs me that these are up so close to the knobs, but then this one is super not. Which is not to say that it would look great if it was that close to the knob. I'm just saying. I'm fussing really hard over this being cut off or almost cut off or not quite cut off. This having a little extra space, this having quite a bit extra space. That feels weird to me. So what we're going to do is jump back in here and look at some of the medium settings. Now we're going to be looking at a different arrangement where they're not nearly as tilted. And we're going to see what the algorithm does with that. Because in theory, it should have an easier time drawing these. It just all depends upon how that rolls. And you know, I'm going to say that does look like much closer to where it would want to draw things based on wildly varying concepts of width and height and so on. I'm seeing something funny here, namely this resonance here scooches up before this starts to move, and I wonder whether that simply is a factor of that minimum amount that I have there. Back to Airwindows UI, back to the fonts, pad height. So maybe what if pad height is always going to be stuck to at least this much? We never remove less than line W. What do we get when we do that? Because it's like it was dropping down a little farther because we are capable of doing a negative amount. I don't think we need to actually use bevel W for this, but I do know one thing, which is that the tilt stuff is going to kick in. And this offset here is in fact using bevel W. I defy anybody to make much sense out of this once I'm done with it, I tell you. They'll be like, how did you think this one up? And I'll tell them, I don't know. I don't know. I was just struggling on live streams. Now what have we got? We've got something where it looks like it's tied fairly neatly to the size of the control. And the way that it's tilted seems to be basically okay. And we've still got working color. And our embossed effect that we didn't have when we started this morning, so that's kind of cool in its way. Boop. I did not come up with anything particularly cool regarding the color picker or doing stuff with fonts, and that is something I would like to do. Where do we have font specified in this even? Have we specified a font in this? Is there a way we can specify a font in this? We got a class. I think I can tell it to use a font that I have on my system. The question becomes whether I can tell it to use a font that's not on somebody else's system. I don't think we're talking about fonts at all here. Tell you what. Give me a minute to gather my thoughts. I'm not actually making more coffee. It's too late in the day for that, but I need to step away and stop talking and think for a moment. I've got some water here. I may or may not want to put another log on the fire. And I'm going to figure out what the heck I'm doing. Alrighty. All right. I think one of the things that is puzzling me is needing to keep this able to function in two levels at once. One level needs to be able to do an interface with a bunch of different controls laid out in a certain way, but the other level is still to be able to do the meter that I had designed that's meant to have no controls. So the next thing I need to do is walk through the steps of creating another plugin using my notes here. You settle down. The whole computer is upset with me because the power went out. And there's really nothing I can do about that. Like, sorry computer, I didn't do it. So let's see. Well, one thing I can do is I can rename this to meter. Maybe I'll see whether I can't just sort of duplicate this. Oh God, there's a gigabyte of files in there. Oh no. We'll call that one gain. And now I have two different instances of exactly the same thing. I don't know whether I can just delete builds and start it again. This is all based on what I had before. So firstly, let's see if I can actually make this do anything. Because I was also copying the Pample Juice instructions. Maybe I should go and look for those again. It's been a while. I may have not written down all of the steps that I needed to write down for this. Changes 2 months ago. Interesting. So we apparently haven't needed to do anything with this for a while. So here's, and a lot of this stuff, I feel like if I can make this work, I'm less worried about the integration with GitHub Actions, which is really the whole point of the exercise. But I mean, getting Juice to work at all for me has been insuperably difficult. So the fact that I can do that at all seems like a plus. Therefore, so here's the checklist of things to do. It starts with git clone your new repo. So let's start explaining how this stuff works. I needed to do this anyway, so I have no compunction about walking through some of this tedium. If it's going to help set me up for going forwards. And if anybody else is in this plight, then I don't know, maybe it'll help you. This will eventually be on the Airwindows GitHub. So you can read what I needed to do in order to do it. Oh, I can think of one thing I want to do. My fire is super going out, but its damper was all damped down. That's not ideal. It'll make it smolder and not be able to burn properly. And it's better if a fire burns properly while it's burning, you know. Burning things are supposed to burn. Non-burning things are supposed to not burn. Stuff that's somewhere in the middle, well, there's your problem. So let's see if I can get this going again. because I'd much rather do that than deal with all this horrible juice and programming stuff. I mean, who would ever willingly choose to do that, I ask you? No sensible person would set themselves up for that. So I'll make a nice little X. X marks where the firewood lies. And I'll crumple up some paper and set fire to it. After all of this, setting fire to things is really about my speed. Try not to set fire to my house. If you can't hear me, oh well. And here we are. Oh, has that gone out? Now I don't dare touch it. There we go. And now you can see a sort of little fire in the corner of your screen there. That's just me trying to take care of some of my needs with all of this. If I start losing my mind and being cold all at the same time, that's no bueno. So, here's what I read on the Pample Juice instruction manual. Git clone your new repo. So use this template. Most easiest thing to do is use this template. That's going to actually set up all manner of stuff inside, and that's not necessarily what I need to do. Let's see what else can happen. If I hold down Command and click that new repository, then it will suggest that I make a new repository and I can kind of run from there. So let's do this one step at a time. These are the things to do. We're going to be moving all of these things, but for now, we'll just make them and then delete them. I don't think I need to include all branches. I feel like default branch is the part that matters, and if I include all branches, it's going to be stuff that is not necessary. Sudara. I think what that gives you is like the commit history. It gives you historical stuff that's not necessarily relevant to what we're trying to do. And you're going to pick a repository name. Actually, I'm going to leave it saying this. I don't think that's going to happen. I just need to not pick a name identical to like a game project or something like that. And I'm actually going to walk through it and use the information from meter. So we're going to start with calling it meter. I do not need inspiration, and no super duper umbrella is not going to be the thing. Yes, it's available. So it will actually tell me whether I've already used the name. And if I've got something, it will stop me from doing it. I don't know if I need to have a description here. It's going to end up being taken back away again. We're not going to have all of the stuff sitting around at the base level. But it is going to be public because it's going to probably run GitHub Actions before I can take it off of the GitHub and do stuff with it privately. And it won't stay private because it's going to go to another place, but I do need to just upload it from... Yeah, lots of stuff is going to be changed. So at this point, I go into terminal. And I'm going to go to desktop, which technically means I had better don't mind me renaming a folder. Folder is called to be used for meter because we're going to do this stuff over again, but I get to copy some of the files over. And we're just going to follow this instruction manual. We're just going to step through. So here's the repo. Here's the rest of my instructions. So git clone your new repo. It can be public for the time being, that is fine. And we're going to just walk through all of this over again. So that's what this says here. And instead of git clone, let's see, we're in desktop. So let me see. I feel like maybe I'm trying to decide how this is going to work. I need better instructions for myself, see? So let's try cloning it into where it's going to end up sitting. We have many possibilities here. So maybe I can just put it where I want it. Namely, this folder is called Airwindows Juice. Inside it is plugins. If I can move the gain plugin there, I can kind of start from there, and then I'll eventually be moving the meter plugin here. But what if I was able to just clone it into this place? Let's find out. Now we are in the same place that the gain plugin is. In fact, we can ls and see that there's a folder marked gain there and my notes. Here's where we are going to try to do git clone. Airwindows. Looking like it's working. Yep, that looks like it's working. Very nice. Very nice. So now I've got to do a couple of other things here in the terminal. Although I do wonder whether this idea is going to do what it's meant to do. Because like here, the get config inside there isn't necessarily something I'm using. Let's do the experiment. I mean, we've already got gain at the root level. That's supposed to work. Meter has been created at root level, and I intend to delete it once I'm finished doing this stuff. But what if it worked? CD meter. Pico is the text editor. Remote origin URL. So I've now got it local. If I tell it the origin is, firstly, I can't use the HTTPS. Instead, I need to, let's see, one thing at a time. So here's my instructions. Change this URL to this URL, which is what I did for the gain thing, but I have not attempted to do it in the actual final place. And it'll be kind of interesting to see what happens. That will be quite interesting indeed, because I'll have a local copy, but I'll be claiming that the origin is actually here, and there's nothing there right now. I'm lying to it and telling it something that is not true. So let's see. Firstly, I'm going to go back over here and navigate away from this. I might not actually ever need to use that. Like, I've been doing stuff with this. I did this. This is just sitting there. I could probably delete these and the rest of it is going to be fine. Although if I started trying to use get, it might delete everything that I have locally, and that's no good. I don't need this anymore either, but I do need to go here. So this is where I would like to see the new stuff appear. Let's see what happens when we tell, and it has not updated that at all. This is quite old now. And now that we've got this here, the URL on the GitHub side should be Airwindows Juice plugins. If that works, it might create, like merge revs has, so if it merges, maybe it'll put something in the appropriate spot, at which point I can go through and the next thing that I do based off of this template stuff that I've started with a thing called gain, I can come up with something, use the code that I'm using. So let's see, so where are we at? I've got an instruction manual. We have changed, but I haven't changed the other bit. It asks to say get at github.com, not HTTPS. So let's do that too. UR equals, is that an at? Not yet. There we go. So it wants this URL to be there. Now, write out. Very good. Exit. This wants control X and control stuff for that. I can double check it if I want. See, now it says the right thing again. And it's anybody's guess as to whether I actually need all of this. So I've done that. We're about to find out whether this is true. Let's do a little quick okay, that I don't know what that was. Oh, okay, unknown switch A. And then it shows me the possible. Okay, so let's see now. Capital A. And that's a get pull, but there's no sense in doing a pull because I know there's nothing there. Relocation. We will assume that it worked. Capital A. We're going to see whether this actually works or not. Your branch is up to date with origin main. Nothing to commit? Ah, but we're telling it to be in a new place. So here's the question. Can we actually send it to GitHub in this new place? Oh, could not read from... Okay. There's a problem. That doesn't exist in the remote repository, so that's actually not something that can work. However, I have a possible secret weapon here. I should be able to get push from here, at which point it will, in theory, move all of the stuff that I've got over there, and then maybe I can do it. We'll find out. However, I don't know if I necessarily want there to be gain in there. I just moved it there, but let's move it back before we do anything. But here's where I'm working. There's the notes, there's the plugins enclosure, and this is where I have a get connection, which in theory should include all of the subfolders, including the internal Git information for the subfolders, which have been updated with the correct location. So, we're here. I have indeed, oh, interesting. Clones, okay, submodule. I don't actually want that to be another Git repository. I don't want to do the get repository stuff from there. I want to do it from here and then just maintain the subfolder like what I'm doing here. This is the regular Airwindows repository. As you can see, I've got a plugin subfolder in here and then all of this stuff. And I only need to do one git command to update all of the changes within here. So none of these things actually have their own Git repository inside them. They're all subservient to what's going on here, which is just the root level. That's what I'm trying to make happen. So clones of the... I'm not really interested in the submodule stuff. So let's see what else we can do. All right, we're already there. So LSA gives me additional things like, for instance, get repositories. We do have meter, so cd meter. ls-a shows me everything. Therefore, at this stage, here's where I want to make some of this stuff go away. I am not sure how much of it should be made to go away. For that matter, we've got git submodule update init. So this, what we've got here, maybe not so much. Tell you what, let's roll this back. This is nothing. Quit out of there. Let's delete that ginormous pile of everything, and let's start over. We've got meter on the GitHub at the root level. I want to make some of that stuff go away. So let's find out how much of this works if instead of using the config, we get rid of the config. And see if it still knows how to do submodule update init. We might have a sort of one-directional... Oh, look. That's great. The fire went out again because it wasn't very big. It was little tiny pieces of wood. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. I don't like the fire going out when I'm frustrated, confused, and cold. Let's make that become a fire again. I'm on you. So that ought to get it started. I don't know how much of that I even want, but I'm not dealing with being cold right now. I'm sorry, I'm just not dealing with being cold right now. All of this is just way too hard. So here's where we're at. In plugins, there's nothing. We have, let's see, desktop. And we can go to Airwindows Juice. And plugins. And here is where we start doing this git cloning. Got it. So that's still there. I haven't touched it. I'll be deleting it, but I haven't touched it this time. Also, while I'm at it, let's keep that rolling. Keep the wood stove rolling. I'm just not dealing with being cold today. That's not happening. There's another log. And I've got 2 more in this rack over here, and a whole other rack over here. Knowing that that's there is going to stop me from freaking out at feeling suddenly extremely cold while all of this goes super wrong. But it's not gone super wrong just yet. Instead, we've got a git config, and that appears to be the guts for how it finds out where it's going to be, but maybe that's not all it has. So the next thing we're going to try, since we can, is here's our instructions, and we've moved it into a new place. It's meant to end up in that place, but if I do this work with it and then don't, if I do this work, it basically just says there's an extra repo here, and I don't want it to have an extra repo. I want it to be within the repo of the folder that I've got for it. That already does its own thing. It was just complaining, like it said up earlier. So we can go here, ls all, and pico.get config. So here's the question. Let's list everything within here. Config, direction, all of this stuff. This is presumably the repository that has to do with meter. My question is, can I get rid of that and still have this find the stuff it's referring to? It's trying to build things in Juice. But if I take its identity away, is it still going to be able to communicate to GitHub and find the stuff it tries to find? And there's one very direct way of finding out, which is let us do the wrong thing. Ls all. So now we've got all of this stuff sitting here. A lot of it I'm going to want to sort of disassemble. But I want to see whether git submodule update init still works if I take away its own GitHub repository and it lives only, because if this fails I can do it again from scratch and do the update init first. Because the rest of this stuff seems to not need to refer to the internet, but it does need to go and find GitHub somehow. Let's see what happens next. And this might be making it so it cannot update and maintain itself, but I'm not honestly expecting that anyhow. I'm expecting to need to walk through all of this over again if I have to do anything over again from scratch. I don't expect this to be maintainable. I know the idea is that it's supposed to be, but I haven't even been able to move the dumb thing to its intended location. Although I suppose I could poke around and find out if there's a good reason for that. Like, we haven't done anything with it. We don't need to transfer it to a new owner, thank you. That's not going to be necessary. It's a danger zone. Custom domain. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. So here's the thing. Let's go right back to the original repo. We just did this and there's nothing here. Can we straight up move this to something? Can I straight up reposition this, seeing as I've done nothing with any of it? I like that we've got all of this. That's nice. It has my instructions like sitting right here. Upload files. Load. Fork. I don't have any forks. So if I'm going to move this to a subfolder, what do I do? Because that really is the bottom line. If I can move it to a subfolder and then tell it, oh, by the way, you're... Well, no, actually, that's still not true, is it? Hang on. Actions. Okay. See, this is how some of this stuff works, but it's trying to do its thing, but it can't. We're not ready to do any of this. I really need it not to have this stuff. Please cease to be full of workflows. We'll start over. Right now, I know I can get this back by just cloning it again under a different name. This is all part of the guts of Pample Juice, but Pample Juice itself may not be anything I can use in this context. Oh, hi. It thinks it's running. I don't get to, cancel all of those things, please. I just want the juice code, thank you. Cancel that. Cancel that. Oh, we've already requested it. So it's struggling away doing all of this stuff. I have no damn idea what any of this is. Sadly. But then I didn't expect to be doing well with this. Nor do I really know how you move it to another directory while this kind of stuff is going on. Okay, rerun jobs. No, please don't. Thank you. Go to the actions. Can I tell it to stop? Cancel run, please stop. Delete that, thank you. Have you canceled? No? Yes? Please stop doing these things. Please don't have any workflows or any things. I want no things. So, caches, yeah, how about none of the caches either? This is a very impressive thing, but I'm trying to do something much smaller than this. I'd really like to know if I can move all of this over to where it needs to live. And pull requests, yeah, so you don't need to be there. How about you stop? Mark as. Close all of that. Woof. Okay, we're in meter, we're in settings. Do we have a place here where we can move this stuff? Oh, we could update it to my other form. I'm not sure if that's going to be helpful though. pull requests, merge commits, pushes, danger zones. Transfer isn't necessarily going to move where it is. And this is all literally up on GitHub in the wrong place. Transfer is not the correct I don't need a remote server either. I don't need a remote server. Okay, so this is messy. I don't think that's actually going to help me. Migrate from one server. No, I don't want another server. I don't want a new remote. Local copy. Okay. I think I've taken away all the action, so if I copy this over now, maybe it's not going to be a giant mess of actions. No branches, that's fine. Well, let's, shouldn't need that. So here we've got this. How far have we got? We've got it downloaded. I think the next thing to experiment with is, can I just delete the get subfolder and run from there? And what happens? So we didn't try that. So get objects, there's a bunch of objects. That asterisk means everything starting with get goes away. Might be a lot of them. Nope, or not. So now we've just got this stuff. That might mean that we can no longer do submodule update init. It wouldn't be surprising, honestly. Nope. Oh, and apparently get module still exists even though it shouldn't. That, or the reason it can't find it is because it doesn't exist. So that means we do this over again. Start over from the beginning. Oh, not quite though, because I tell you what, it's 4. I need to get ready to make food. I have to prepare for my tacos. That is something I must eat. I don't eat lunch, so I gotta eat dinner. And I'll be back. And we'll see whether we get anywhere with all of this. Hey, I mean, the power hasn't gone out for a few hours anyway. Fire's still going a little bit. Throw another log on there. Maybe, well, I don't know if I want to put the damper on. I don't know if I want to put the damper on. Maybe I don't. Maybe it'll be just fine like this. Okay. Here we are again. Back on the YouTube television. This is the stuff I've been trying to do that has failed. This is the folder I've been trying to do it in. I just broke that, so we're going to delete it and start over. This time we're going to follow the instructions a little bit more closely. But we are still going to, let's see. So we got to do this and leave this the same way. There is no simple way to relocate the repo, not even slightly. So forget that observation, but this needs to happen. So we got this far. We will reproduce what happened here, and we should be able to set it up in the correct place. Let's see now. So go to, let's see. That part is important. Even if I have to walk through all of this manually, this part is still important because it all needs to live in a relevant spot. So what we did not work, but hi. Oh wait. There we go. Git clone, meter.git, boom. So now we're doing it all over again. And now we're going to follow the instructions more accurately. And apparently I don't get to move the whole URL yet because it still needs to do its submodule update stuff. So I'm assuming it's going to need to be able to talk to itself on GitHub. So we're going to try to do that. Let's see. Can't use the mouse because this is Pico. URL equals git at, not giot, git, thank you. And that's what that's going to be called. Okay. Except for it's not gain, it's meter. So far, so good. Control, write out. Exit. So now I've done that bit. Now we actually do the submodule update. Now we're filling up my disk with more and more gigabytes of stuff, while actually streaming at the same time. But one thing about it is that bandwidth of fiber optic is pretty good, so this shouldn't take terribly long. And indeed, we has done it. So I think the next thing is to continue following the instructions on the pamper juice thing. So here is the beginning of the CMake lists section. First of all, ls all. I'm not going to want to do this in Pico. Let's try doing this in bbedit. Here's our CMake lists. So if I do this, then we can follow the rest of the instructions. So here's begin CMake lists. Replace pamper juice with the name of your project where the project name is first set. Let's see, where's that? Here it is. It would be good if that was a particular name that, well, maybe it is. Let's do the things. Project name is meter. That's what we're calling it, is meter. So here's some of my additional stuff. Some of this I'm just going to have to, all these change me's. Used for the bundle name and installers. Company name, Airwindows. Oh, you can't type for crap today. Bundle identifier. Okay, this is important. Where's plugin manufacturer code? Well, let's call this COM Airwindows meter. Here's our formats. Some of these aren't going to work, but I'll leave this where it is. I'm tempted to throw in VST and see what it does. Like, is it able to make that happen? That would be exciting. Include all the possible formats. I know I'm legally allowed to make it be a regular VST. We could find out. Let's find out whether it does anything. I fear, however, that I'd have to tell it where the VST well, I don't know whether it would need me to tell it where the VST SDK is. Maybe it won't. Let's find out. I'm allowed to make those. That's because I haven't signed off in the VS3 instruction. Juice defaults. Add subdirectory. I don't really need melatonin inspector, but I'll remove it later. Let's not mess with things that are actually working. Further, make list notes. I need plugin manufacturer code. Ah, here it is. Here it is. So I am dither, believe it or not. That me. And it is legit. I got that manufacturer code so many years ago. Like practically before I could program plugins at all. And then here is our unique 4-character plugin ID. So we're going to do something related to meter. P001, capital METR. There's our plugin ID code. And it has to have an uppercase character, and it does. So good, 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 good. And let's see what else we've got. did I even need to do this, or did it just work? This is like these suggest that this is my own suggestion, but I managed to get this working, so maybe I don't need this at all. Maybe I don't. I'm not sure how much this relates to, like, here's the config options. These don't need me to change them because I'm defining them up here. I don't understand that part. I shouldn't have to change this. This is already set company name. Like, this should... I don't get it. I don't get it. Copy plugin after build. I don't know if that's useful. Suppose I can leave it alone. Yeah, so I changed that. Bundle ID. What did I tell it to be? Bundle ID. Okay. So set bundle ID. Why does it say this twice? Why is it saying it twice? I've already told it to be this. There we have juice add plugin. This should have done what this needs to be done. This should be referring to what has already been set here. Why does it say change me? What else have we got? So product name, fine, fine. Recurse source files, so go and find what is in the source files. We will do that later. Exclude pretty fine. I'm not sure how much more I need to do here. Link to other modules. I can do this, but I don't know which things I need to leave out. This is what's causing it to be so huge. But I'm grinding to a halt, which is not great. Let's not grind to a halt, please. Please, let's not grind to a halt. Please, let's just have this work and be doing a thing. And then what do I do next? I don't know, but I've just made some changes. And then run into where I'm like, I already told you this. And so since I've already told it that, also I told it to do VST. I feel like I don't want to risk changing anything that's unnecessary to change. So save that. Oh, quitting. How about let's not quit? But we will save this. And then what did I have going on in here? Have I already run git submodule update .init? Probably. So if I ran that, and then I go to source, please let me double click. I know you work. Okay, here's my source. I can go and find my other stuff, like here's to be used for meter. Technically, I can take all of this and we'll just directly use it. Here's what we're starting with. And I'm going to hold down Option so I copy it. Because I want to leave that untouched. And then we go back, and is it juice I'm looking in? No, I don't think so. And source wasn't actually helpful. Packaging, also not helpful. What must I do? Let's go back to the root level of this. Here's where the instructions were. So dum-de-dum-de-dum. I ran this. I replaced this with the name of my project. Set the correct flags for your plugin. I believe I have done those things, although everything that says change me looks like it contains stuff that refers to things that are earlier declared in there. However, here we are, and here is the final instruction. If I want to generate a Xcode project, run cmake builds Xcode. Let's add that. So here's the further instructions here. I guess I didn't need to have this example gain file be made. I guess. I got it working. It does its thing. It was a bear getting there, but I got it there. Uncomment the splash screen 1. Manually rename product name with that version. Alrighty then, let's go back and see what it says here. In here. Where did it say that? This is presumably something that I have to deal with. Splash screen, splash screen. Where does it say splash screen? Uncomment the splash screen 1. Comments are this. Splash screen, splash screen. Anybody talking about a splash screen? I don't see where it talks about a splash screen. I don't see where it's commented or non-commented. What else? Many will rename the product name without version. Okay, where does it say product name without version? This is a comment. Here's product name, but where does it say product name without version? Do I have that by accident somehow? There's the... Okay. Uncomment if I'm releasing under GPL v3. Damn straight I am. Okay, then what? There we go. Also, so let's, those are found in a indented section, so good. Got there. And only after this do I use cmake. So far, so good. We're getting somewhere, kinda, maybe. Link to other modules section. Gee. I gotta wonder how much of this I can just skip. Target linked libraries. Gotta figure out at some point how much of this I can leave off. I know I'm not gonna need Melatonin Inspector for this particular one. I'm just a little hesitant to delete it right now, given that the only version of this I've successfully built is one that does contain that. And I don't know what will happen if I take it away. Anywho, CMake. I just got these things. They are part of preprocessor definition, target compile definitions. So now I have further labeled that so that I know what to do next time I do it. I don't know whether the rest of this stuff will honor this, which should be getting filled in by what I've told it to be up here. That should work. Save, close. Ready. Let's see what we get. Does it blow up and break? Does it actually build and work? It's trying. It's trying to do a thing. We shall see. And then the further notes here probably are not as necessary. He says, not being entirely sure. If this works, I will have made it be in a place and it'll function and work. So there we go. We maybe don't need any more terminal. We maybe don't need any more of this. But we're in here, which is inside the eventual location. And there's builds, there's meter, here's our Xcode, there's our UI, this is its own copy of everything. Here's the builds. I suppose I can set it to meter all, but I'm not sure that's going to work, but we can try. I think that's what it did before. Well, it tells to build for any Mac, but it only knows to build for Apple Silicon. So that could be another concern in future. But all of this is really designed to build on GitHub, and I'm miles away from being able to do that. Because I can't have everything sitting at my root level. Maybe Sudar can help with that, but it's certainly not going to be today. So let's see. Build. Meter all uses custom architectures. Update and build. Why, yes, try to build for Intel as well. I dare ya. It seems like that might be a good idea. If nothing else, I could have a VST3 that is built for both of those architectures. It might be a little bit larger, but I can't see how much larger it could possibly be. And we're going to see whether this builds. It thinks it succeeded. Fancy that. We do have a wide list of complaints, but I expected no less. And here we go into plugins, meter. Come on, open, please. Please open. Thank you. And let's see. It's going to be in builds. there's my Xcode project. We're going to go to Artifacts. It's set up on debug, which is not what I would like, but I see nothing I can do about it. It has built a component, but last time that didn't work. And it has built a VCV, which we can put here. Oh, and it apparently has also built it and put it in the relevant place. So that's nice, very impressive. Now here's the really impressive part is, can I use it? SD3 effects. Airwindows gain. Well, that's interesting. Recent effects. Oh, I know what happens. It needs me to refresh the list. Please refresh the list. There you go. That's just Twisted Wave. I may just be fine. Let's find out. VSD3 effects, Airwindows. Hey, meter. Look at that. It's alive. Give my creation life. And so we still have gain for fooling around with the rest of this stuff there, but I was able to copy the whole pile of nonsense over and build it into a plugin. So the next step is, now that I have one that actually says meter, I strip out all of the rest of this nonsense that I don't need. Because I wanted to make one that was just plain a meter, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Did I want to edit this stuff in Xcode? I suppose I could. Get rid of that. Yeah, I think I was editing stuff in Xcode. Yes. So let's resize our little window again. And let's go about making some of this stuff stop being here. We'll leave the messages, or at least some of them. There's Airwindows UI, there's the H file, editor, processor, and processor. Here's my code. I think I can get away with not even array params. I feel I got frustrated before because I wasn't able to make this be simplified. However, most of it did end up being simplified. Allow me to fuss with my fire a little bit more. I just want to. I've got one more log before it's time to go and get more logs. And it feels to me like this is a fine time to throw that on the fire and keep it going. Oh boy. Okay, so how do we go about stripping this sucker down? Airwindows UI contains Airwindows meter. Hey, Jazz. Set resizable. We shouldn't need to set look and feel because we're not using those parts. We're not using these things. Goodbye. And we're not using a color picker. And we're not using the melatonin inspector. So goodbye, the lot of you. I don't think we need to care about well, we could care about resize limits. Let's go back to Airwindows UI. It's 1200 by, if I'm not mistaken, 600 as its native size. Let's not include the extern for Airwindows look and feel. Let's not include this. We might just have to, let's not include draw rotary slider either. Let's not include the whole damn class. But we do want to include the Airwindows meter component. And we're just going to see how far all of this takes us. So here, that we keep, none of this we keep. Goodbye to draw rotary slider. Not only that, we got a little stuff in here that's not going to be relevant because we're not actually drawing these, are we? We are skipping this stuff. Boop. I just want the meter. I just wanted to draw the meter for me at exactly the right size, exactly the way I've got it, and it might. Gray, black, set color light gray. I don't know why it's complaining about this. Excuse me? But we're 1200 by 600. Ooh. Yeah, maybe we're not using line width either. That was elsewhere. That had to do with what was going on before. This highlighting probably has to do with these. I'm not sure. But yeah, this now has none of my knob stuff in it. So we're going to need to take it out of some of the other stuff. Our data points are still going to be 1200. I think we're going to be resizable. He says questioningly. I think we're going to be resizable, but maybe not. I guess we'll find out. So H file. We need idle timer. We shouldn't need this slider stuff, but I don't want to change it. We're going to take this out and the inspector, but we're going to leave idle timer because it uses that. So melatonin inspector, no call for that. Airwindows look and feel, we're leaving that alone. There's nothing to it other than the meter. It just plain draws the meter. And we're taking these out. I gradually got to where I could specify these, but we're going to ignore them again. So none of that exists. Only the meter. So that should still make sense to Juice. Slider value change stuff, it won't matter. We don't have any working sliders. Plugin editor. Bunch of this stuff. Oh, it changed its mind and got happy again. Nice. Okay. Good for you. Let's set resize limits that are a factor of, I believe, yep, we still got it set as resizable. Meter is functioning. Bunch of this other stuff we're going to get rid of, but before we do that, let's set our resize limits to like half size and double size and stuff. So that's actually not that hard. I can do that in my head. 1200 is 600. Half of 600 is 300. Smallest size is 300 by 150. Largest size is 2400 by 1200. And if you go to those maximum sizes, then it will line up with like chunky pixels that are double-sized or a quarter-sized. Although we could probably take it to half-sized. Hey, Focomus. We're just derping with some of these things. No constraints. That is going to be a world of hurt, I think. I wonder. It's just a meter, but at the same time, since it's just a meter, if it's going to be not the right size, then why shouldn't it be any variation on the size? So far so good. So we've got this good enough. Here's paint. None of this is going to matter. We don't need to do a damn thing in paint. Paint is completely replaced by the meter. However, we're going to need to do a whole bunch of stuff in resized, because a bunch of this is no longer there. And area local bounds, none of this is going to relate either. This was all the knob stuff. We don't need any of the knob stuff. So let's see, proportion 0, 0, 1, and 1. Oops. There we are. Boom. And then all the rest of this goes away. There's nothing here but a single meter. Here's a bunch of other stuff that goes away because none of this actually relates to anything. I believe that the messaging system will still allow it to send information from the audio thread through to the meter. But this is all stuff going back again. And we don't need any of that. This is only having to do with sliders, and there are no controls, so none of that matters. That's probably harmless. Focomus, believe me, if with this opportunity I'll be making something that makes good use of it. If nothing else, having many controls, you start to need more and more of a decent design that is more than just one-dimensional vertical list of sliders. Because the vertical list of sliders, even though I have it for like my little control surface, and will want to continue to use that kind of thing, the vertical list of sliders is not necessarily always what you want. There can be better ways of doing it. So let's see, slider drag internal. There will be no sliders because I've deleted them all. So there will be none of these things, and so therefore there doesn't need to be anything inside that either. It says unused parameter. Fine. Go ahead. It's just returning void. It's a do nothing control. And the drag started. This could also be a void. But I don't think it's going to break because there will be no drags because there will be no sliders. So, audio to UI, undeclared identifiers, new value. There will not be a new value. Which case plugin parameter? We'll never get this. So we can probably just reduce this to a single break. And if it ever calls this for any reason, which it won't, it'll just pass through without pushing any values. This is all about pushing values. Those things actually work. Repaint the meter. Fair. Okay, so that stuff should all work too. We'll save that and we'll move on. Here's our H file. I've already dealt with that. And here is plugin processor. And our question becomes, do we have any parameters or do we need to have any parameters whatsoever? gain cutoff resonance. That's not going to matter. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I want to make up some templates where I've got my usual arrangement for, like, slider A, slider B, and so on, all the same ways I'm doing it, but there need to be 26 of them so that I can start designing stuff that's real complicated and then do it this way. Which would also mean that there would be 26 element VSD2s and retro AUs with just an enormously tall window full of sliders. Because if you needed to use something like that, you would still be able to do the audio of it. I want to come up with a way where I can kind of port it over very smoothly and just only do the GUI stuff on top of it from the beginnings of, like, here's plugin processor. So here's a bunch of stuff that does things. Here's a bunch of variables that would be where you declare the variables. Here's a bunch of things that are not necessarily going to cause or do anything. Parameters, I don't believe we need any of those. And nparams is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. So nparams is going to be nil, nothing. In fact, we will just tell it is 0, which probably means we don't need to make the params array either. Enum parameters, how about nope? Nparams equals 0. No array for the params. And oh no, wait, we're going to need some of that, aren't we? Okay, never mind. Parameter switch. It needs to be able to say parameter switch. However, if that is nothing, I don't know. I just don't know. I could give it one parameter just to see what it does, or we can look at here and see where it blows up and dies. See, we're not doing added parameters here. That's the thing. We don't need to add listeners. We don't need to add parameters because there actually aren't going to be any. This is all from a whole other universe. So those are undeclared. Parameter gesture changed. Audio to UI message, it needs to be able to send something. That said, so which maybe needs to have a thing in it. Parameter blank, and then n parameter is blank is one parameter. And bada boom. So enum parameters starts with this. It can even add a comma after it, although I may not need it. Oh no, I don't need it. So there is, in fact, a thing in enum parameters. It's called blank. And then parameter switch is only relevant for when we're actually talking from one of the controls, which there aren't going to be any controls, and so it's not going to matter. That said, I'm going to include it there because it expects there to be something. Having done that, okay, unused parameter index, that seems fine. And our double precision processing, but we are going to in fact find that, because we need to pass through high quality audio, But we are going to find that through here, we're going to get stuff like this, where it's like, yep, that's not going to do a damn thing. We have no controls, so we're not going to make any of these. So that gets ignored. And so does this. And then we do it all over again up here. This gets deleted because we have no controls. And then the rest of it should be fine. And it just goes away. There's our wrap for our maximum value here. This could be defined elsewhere. Let's see where we're at with this puppy. Does it build? If it does build in the right size? If it builds in the right size, can it be resized? Does it honor the sizes? Unused parameters? What's up with that then? Okay. No harm done there. Unused parameters should not matter. There's our resized limits. And now, since I believe it has placed it in the relevant place, let's see what we got at 4:51 just before the end of the day. If we just run that. We have our meter. Jolly good. Not only that, we even have a resizer, or two, because there's more than one. And with this resizer, we can make it neatly go to tinyville, or stretch it in various ways. And then let's see if we can resize it to exactly double size. This is exactly double size. I'm basically okay with that. I mean, the fine lines it draws, those are not double sized. But the rest of this most definitely is. Chunky pixels. And the reason you might not want to do that is, like, if I stretch it further, yeah, it'll snap back. Maybe exactly half size would be nice. You think? Because here's the thing, if I use the resizer in Twisted Wave, it has no restraints whatsoever, and it will become entirely too small. If I use the resizer here, it hits a limit, and so you get this tiny, tiny one. Also, I don't think I can make it snap back to normal size under any circumstances, and that seems unfortunate. My question becomes, is it worth having double size? Or should I just instantiate it as full size and be done with it? Let's try it and find out. Here is a plugin editor. Here's where we set our resize limits. So 1200 to 600 for the smallest possible size, 600 to 300 for the smallest possible size. I could set a... I'm nervous about using that aspect ratio thing. That aspect ratio thing did not work. But we can also have it be starting at its maximum size, and then you don't get to make it larger. So let's see now what that's like. We'll build it again. I'm learning I don't even need to copy it over because it's going to build it and place it in the relevant spot. As soon as it says it succeeded, it's good to go. And now if I do this, here it is, but I don't get to stretch it, but I do get to squish it. Full size, half size. Full size, half size. And at half size, it should look basically still pretty good. It's just compressing itself a little bit. That could conceivably be a useful thing for other stuff as well. Also, that means you can do variations like full size by half size. Or here's our full size, full size. Here, let me scooch it out of the way and then go somewhere else. Or we can do full width and half height. Either of these ways you can sort of see what's going on. And then back to the full resolution. Now we are telling it to place its builds in the correct spot, and what that implies is that it thinks it has a working AU in here as well. It thought it was building an AU. I just don't think it succeeded. But if I was to go and look at Airwindows and go and look under meter, there should be a meter built in here that unfortunately shouldn't work. However, it's worth a try. Let's see if we build an audio unit effect that works. Nope. Me. Alrighty, so that's something that could be fixed. That is the finish off of that. So it does indeed look like I do not have the audio unit built. And I don't think I have any other fancy versions of that, like audio units built using the AUV3. But we have successfully built. Oh, hi, what do you think you're doing? Okay, there we go. If you resize it using the app, it'll do anything you want, but if you resize it using this, you're going between exactly half size and exactly full size in either aspect ratio, if such things please you. And that's what I am hoping to do for, I'm also considering whether maybe I want to do a version of it that's scaled up bigger. I'm not entirely sure, but nothing is really stopping me from doing a HD size, because this is for the purpose of doing analysis streams where we can show what stuff does. This is all about being able to play people's records through this and include it in the imagery somehow. And yeah. But that, I think, is going to be for another day. And I'll tell you why. Because we derped around doing a whole bunch of stuff and finished it off by literally making the new version that's only about having the meter there, which is something I'm going to need to have. Put it in the relevant place, although it's not actually, I'm going to have to strip out the GitHub stuff so that it can exist in its final location, because it currently is confused and thinks it's in a different place than it is. But yeah, the code from that could go up to GitHub as long as I strip out all of the meter GitHub repository stuff and leave it just in the overall GitHub repository stuff. And at that point, it's the question of, could I make the Pample Juice building on GitHub part work at all or not? But I have built a Mac VST3, which I think, I don't know whether it is Intel/Apple Silicon or just Apple Silicon, but that's the thing. And it is 5, and we've gotten to the end of Thursday, this time without going way over, having actually finished doing some of that work that I meant to do. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, in addition to that, we've still got the gain one. And next time we get into this, we can now repurpose this so that it is no longer the triple meter, but is instead a single meter of appropriate size and location, so that we can start mocking up control arrangements. And those words are being drawn in about the right place. I got very fussed with wanting them to be exactly perfect, and indeed these are tilted and they're not really, like, this would need to be tilted over more, at which point it obscures that word a little tiny bit, but for the most part, the drawing oh, hang on. There I am talking about it and not showing it. We also did a whole bunch of this. When we started today, excuse me while I continue to move this. When we started today, it was not drawing the words beneath this in the appropriate position, nor was the words were a little bit more aggressive and nasty looking. And we didn't have the slight bevels in here, which are also part of the visualization of all of this. We can repurpose this so that it now looks like a single layer rather than 3 layers, because it's not going to be full size. And we can start mocking up control designs that are totally reflowable as you move them, and the names show up correctly. If you stretch them vertically, they show up correctly. If you stretch them horizontally, they'll be placed wherever you want them to be. I'm going to go with the side-to-side meter, which is not to say that you're going to want it to be a super widely stretched meter, but if you really wanted to, you could. May or may not have it be limited to a maximum size, and not to forget, we made the colors work too, including for the bevels around the outside edges of everything, and the words and all of that kind of stuff. I think Focomus was mentioning, or somebody was mentioning how they wanted a darker color. Well, there's a very tiny, you can't even see it, but we can do a dark theme now. I did not do the better color picker I wanted. You can see in the corner here, as well as you can see this one button, which is actually the melatonin inspector, which we've left off of the new version. But yeah, we can close that, and eventually we'll come up with a better color picker. By the time we have this, it's going to be like input and output trims and a dry wet up on top, tilted so that it's not taking up too much space, and there will also be some form of color picker thing, probably also up there, just to be consistent. Like, all of the plugins will have this bank of stuff up above the meter for that kind of use. And then below the meter, like below the fold, would be all of the stuff that you actually actively use. And we'll just see what we can do. But for now, it's time for me to go off and have tacos, and I'll see you next week. Because I'll get back to you next week. And we'll see what here's the list of stuff that I could put out. Here's the list of stuff I could put out. Let me skip into the Linux version. So here are the things that I could put out. We've got the muter plugin discontinuity, first version, pair 2 and biquad nonlin, and we've got, I'm not ready to do console X yet, but I've got console 6 and console 9. I think maybe it's going to be something fairly chill, but it'll be interesting. And we'll see what we got. So I'll talk to you folks next week, and I'll put out something or other this weekend that you can have. Maybe nothing so exciting. This has been all very stressful. I'd like to do something a little more boring for a change. And I'll catch up with you folks next week. Bye-bye.